W8WKY.
Amateur Radio Newsline Report number 2448 with a release date of Friday, September 27th, 2024 to follow in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The following is a QST. Goodbye to the Green Cube satellite. U.S. lawmakers prepare for another vote requiring AM radio in cars, and a pioneering Australian amateur becomes a silent key. All this and more as Amateur Radio Newsline Report number 2448 comes your way right now.
From around the world, this is Newsline, Amateur Radio's independent, weekly amateur radio news and bulletin service. Now reporting from Picayune, Mississippi, here is Don Wilbanks, AE5DW.
Our top story this week is the demise of the Green Cube satellite. It was used by avid DXers and DXpeditioners, as well as those making more casual satellite contacts. Jeremy Boot, G4NJH, tells us what happened.
The popular Green Cube satellite, IO-117, is no longer functioning, the result of what is believed to be radiation damage suffered in medium Earth orbit. The satellite, which is owned by the Italian Space Agency, was developed by S5 Lab at Sapienza, University of Rome. The team attempted to send commands to reactivate the orbiter earlier this month after it suffered a communication blackout, according to a report by the AMSAT News Service. S5 Lab is not optimistic that Green Cube can be restored to service, acknowledging that high radiation exposure can be an issue in the medium Earth orbit. They added that it was unclear whether Green Cube would have a successor. The AMSAT report also stated that Green Cube is not the only medium Earth orbit satellite that's been affected by radiation levels. It was, however, the first satellite in medium Earth orbit to carry an amateur radio payload. S5 Lab and AMSAT Italia expect to hold a webinar about Green Cube's mission, which it said exceeded all expectations the team had for it when it was launched in July of 2022. This is Jeremy Boot, G4NJH.
Washington, D.C. Public safety legislation awaits an important vote. The proposed law would require all passenger cars sold in the U.S. to continue to make AM radio available. Kent Peterson, KC0DGY, has that story.
The U.S. House of Representatives is expected to consider a measure that mandates AM radio in all new cars sold in the U.S., whether they are manufactured domestically or imported. The bill, known as the AM Radio in Every Vehicle Act, moved to the full floor for lawmakers' consideration following a 45-2 vote in the House Energy and Commerce Committee. Observers say the House vote could happen as early as the next few weeks before the U.S. elections take place in November, or it would be delayed. The U.S. Senate version of the bill has already been approved by that chamber's Commerce, Science, and Transportation Committee. It still awaits a full floor vote, but has a majority of lawmakers supporting it on both sides of the aisle. The issue of AM radio's necessity in vehicles has escalated the debate over public safety, as proponents, such as the National Association of Broadcasters and federal emergency officials, have advocated in favor of retaining AM radio for its public safety role, especially when carrying alerts in rural areas. Some manufacturers of electric cars are looking to eliminate AM radio from their vehicles, claiming that RF interference from their cars' electronics systems compromises AM radio reception. This is Kent Peterson, KC0DGY.
After a few years of struggling with membership issues, a New Zealand group for YLs has dropped its formal operation. We hear the details from Jim Meechan, ZL2BHF.
New Zealand Women's Amateur Radio Operators Group has ceased to exist. After attempting to survive some troubled years, the organization's executive committee voted in 2020 to go into recess, citing a lack of support from the membership. According to the website of the New Zealand Association of Radio Transmitters, the group's creation in 1962 arose from a need to address special requirements of YLs at a time when very few female licensees were on the air. An announcement in YL Harmonics, the bi-monthly newsletter of the YLRL, confirms that the group will exist now only for social purposes and will retain its call sign ZF6YL. Nairi juries at L2UJT wrote in the newsletter that a vote was taken to continue with social activities without any fees. The new group has adopted the name the NZYL Group. This is given ZL2BHF.
NASA astronaut Sunita Williams, KD-5PLB, has taken the helm of the International Space Station as its new commander as she and fellow crew member Butch Wilmore await their return to Earth in February 2025. The pair's mission aboard the ISS was supposed to last only 8 days following their arrival via Boeing Starliner, but complications with the spacecraft delayed their departure, and Starliner returned to Earth crewless. By the time the duo returns home aboard a SpaceX Dragon capsule, they will have been in space 8 months. This is Williams' second time as commander of the ISS. A notable pioneer who helped create the IARU Region 3 organization has become a silent key. We hear about him from Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
Having secured his amateur license in the wake of World War II, Pete Williams, the former VK3IZ, wasted no time in immersing himself in service to the amateur radio community. By the late 60s and early 70s, he was devoting his efforts to the Wireless Institute of Australia. Casting his eye more broadly, he also joined with a small team of other Australian amateurs to propose and establish Region 3 of the International Amateur Radio Union. As a businessman, Pete and other radio colleagues co-founded the Vicom Company, importing ICOM radios and other ham radio products. A lifelong fan of radio restorations, Pete paired that talent with his love of military communication technology, especially the legendary Collins R390 receiver. He restored and resold many of them over the years, along with the S-Line and other models. With his hearing and eyesight posing challenges later in life, Pete let his license lapse a few years ago. The call sign he had held for more than 70 years was acquired by another amateur in 2023. Pete, who became a silent key Saturday, September 14, was 94. Roger Harrison, VK2ZRH, editor-in-chief of Amateur Radio Magazine, told Newsline that a longer article about Pete and his life will appear in that magazine's next issue. This is Graham Kemp, VK4BB.
If you're hoping for an easy contact with Wyoming for any number of awards, you'd better act fast. Patrick Clark, K8TAC, tells us why.
In case you're one state shy of worked all states, and in case that one state happens to be Wyoming, look no further than the W7Y special event. The Shy Y Amateur Radio Club has organized this annual event, which it calls Come and Get Wyoming. Whether you're a DX station or here in the U.S., if you need a Wyoming contact on a specific band or a certain mode, this is your chance. AMs throughout Wyoming have been volunteering at least an hour of their time since the 21st of September to make sure as many contacts can be made before the event ends on Monday the 30th. QSL details and a little history of the W7Y special event can be found on QRZ.com while there's still time. This is Patrick Clark, K8TAC.
If you're an avid space weather observer, this report from Cell MB, KB3TZD, is for you.
Scientists and amateur radio operators are proud to announce that a member of the Ham-Size scientific team has released a research paper that delves into the development of a low-cost magnetometer system permitting coordinated space weather monitoring. The author of the paper, Dr. Hyo-Min Kim, Ph.D., KD2MCR, is an assistant professor of physics at the Center for Solar Terrestrial Research, a component of New Jersey Institute of Technology's Institute for Space Weather Sciences. The paper is a key example of how ham-size work melds the world of professional research with the activities of amateur radio operators. A magnetometer measures changes and anomalies in the magnetic atmosphere of the Earth. For a link to the paper, see the text version of this week's Newsline script at arnewsline.org. This is Cell MB, KB3TZD.
Time for you to identify your station. We are the Amateur Radio Newsline, heard on bulletin stations around the world, including the WM9W repeater in Chicago, Illinois, on Tuesdays at midnight local time during the Nightcrawler's Net. The APRS Foundation is encouraging hams to become members and help keep the dream and hard work of a prominent silent key alive and thriving. Neil Rapp, WB9VPG, tells us what membership is expected to accomplish.
When Bob Bruniga, WB4APR, became a silent key in February of 2022, he left behind the legacy of the Automatic Packet Reporting System, APRS, which the pioneering amateur had developed. The APRS Foundation was formed later that same year to ensure that APRS would be preserved and advanced so it could continue its vital role enabling real-time tracking over the amateur frequencies. Hams are now able to support the APRS Foundation by becoming members. The $20 membership helps with the Foundation's operating costs and assists in the continuation of Bob's work. The Foundation also encourages participation online in APRS at groups.io and the APRS Special Interest Group email reflector. The Foundation's president, Jeff Hochberg, W4JEW, writes on the Foundation website that continued engagement of amateurs will help APRS out of what he describes as a precarious position. Jeff writes, quote, while there are undoubtedly thousands of APRS users worldwide, the number doesn't seem to grow as it used to, end quote. For more details about the Foundation, visit aprsfoundation.org. This is Neil Rapp, WB9VPG.
If you enjoy amateur radio direction finding, Chelsea, Michigan is the place to be for you in early October. Dave Parks, WB8ODF, tells us why.
Yes, there's a trophy at stake here. It's known as the Paul Bunyan Trophy. But this transmitter hunting contest is not just for fun. The 12th IARU Region 2 23rd ARRL USA Radio Orienteering Championship engages skills that are useful in spectrum management, search and rescue, and animal tracking, among other applications. The hosting group is the Southern Michigan Orienteering Club and the ham radio clubs throughout the southeastern part of the state. From the 5th to the 13th of October, competitors will venture out into the woods in search of hidden transmitters in the Chelsea, Michigan area for an intense period of radio orienteering, also known as amateur radio direction finding. A training camp will be held before the event, led by top radio orienteers Charles Sherlaw in Z0I and Nadia Sherlaw, KO4ADV. The training camp will take place on the 5th and 6th of October, and beginners are welcome. The event director, Joseph Burkhead, KE8MKR, says on the competition's website that no matter where you're at in your journey in radio and navigation sports, there will be challenges for you. For details, visit the website radioorienteeringchamps.us. That's radioorienteeringchamps, one word, .us. This is Dave Parks, WB8ODF.
In New Zealand, 2 telegraph offices are springing back into action to demonstrate the best of a bygone era. Jim Meechan, ZL2BHF, gives us those details.
Although the date may be the 26th of October 2024, it may just as well be in the era of steam train travel, as on that day, ham radio operators bring telegraph offices back to life on the Glenbrook Vintage Railway. It will be Labour weekend, but it will also be Morse Code Day, as visitors ride the steam train between Glenbrook and Waiuku and learn how messages can travel efficiently too, ham radio style. Visitors at Glenbrook will have an opportunity to have Neil ZL1NZ and Paul ZL1AJY send a telegram to Waiuku before they get on board to travel to the other station. Upon arrival at Waiuku, visitors may collect their telegram and send a reply via operators Martin ZL1MDE and Peter ZL1PX. The Franklin Amateur Radio Club is hoping to cultivate an appreciation for what was once the main form of radio communication back when steam trains ruled the rails. This is Jim Meechan, ZL2BHF.
In the world of DX, listen for special event station GB2ZL in Scotland, operating CW from the 1st to the 28th of October, marking the centennial of the first amateur radio contact between Great Britain and New Zealand. The actual anniversary date is the 18th of October, 1924. QSL via Logbook of the World only. See QRZ.com for more details. Dale, W4AUV, and Bob, K4RLC, will operate from St. Kitts, IOTA number NA104, from the 1st to the 12th of October. Dale, operating as V4-W4AUV, will be using mainly CW on 40 meters. Bob, using the call sign V4-K4RLC, will be operating QRP-CW on 20 meters from the island's 3 POTA sites. QSL via Logbook of the World. Expect to hear Gunter, DK4WH, on the air from Namibia as V51WH until early November. Gunter is operating from a farm near Omaruru. Listen for him on 160 to 10 meters, including 60 meters. He'll also participate in the CQ Worldwide RTTY and SSB contests as V55Y. See QRZ.com for more details. Fred, DH5FS, is operating holiday style on various HF bands as E6FS from Nairobi, IOTA number OC040 until the 30th of September. QSL via his home call. And our final story takes a look at eyeball QSOs, those in-person visits we love so much. True, there are no QSL cards, but there may be other benefits, as we hear from Randy Sly, W4XJ.
It's no secret that amateur radio can be good for your health. The Radio Society of Great Britain and the UK's National Health Service teamed up at the height of the COVID-19 pandemic to launch Get on the Air to Care, a program to decrease social isolation and improve mental well-being as hams reached out to hams to check on one another. Only a few years later, Grouper, a wellness advocacy company here in the U.S., has partnered with the ARRL with a somewhat similar intent. While the ARRL has always encouraged lots of QSOs, Grouper encourages, indeed, Grouper actually rewards lots of eyeball QSOs. Think of this program as a way to care while you're off the air. Originally founded as Element 3 Health, the Boston company's recent name change to Grouper reflects its accelerated desire to help people achieve so-called social fitness through in-person interaction. Grouper says it is tracking the health crisis of social isolation and loneliness, formally declared to be an epidemic last year by the U.S. Surgeon General. The ARRL Grouper partnership, in this case, focuses on older radio amateurs who are enrolled in Medicare under either the Medicare Advantage or one of the Medicare supplement plans. Eligible hams 65 and older who can prove they are active in in-person amateur radio activities may have some of their dues and other activity costs covered under the program. The ARRL said in a press release that it hopes the new program will, quote, enhance the health of ARRL members by providing access to benefits that support staying active and engaged, end quote. It also shows that not all lasting connections made in amateur radio are necessarily only ones that have been soldered. This is Randy Sly, W4XJ.
Don't forget the Amateur Radio Newsline Haiku Challenge. If you're not too busy tuning your antennas or chasing the latest DXpedition, pick up a pencil and share your experience by sending an original haiku to us here at Newsline. Use the entry form on our website, arnewsline.org, and please follow the rules for writing your 3-line haiku. Sorry, but we cannot accept any entries that aren't written in traditional haiku form. Share with fellow listeners the poetry that is inspired by your ham radio experience. With thanks to Amateur Radio Weekly, AMSAT News Service, APRS Foundation, ARRL, Australian Communications and Media Authority, David Behar, K7DB, 425DX News, Grouper, NZNet Newsletter, QRZ.com, Radio Orienteering Championship website, the Radio Society of Great Britain, Roger Harrison, VK2ZRH, shortwaveradio.de, YLRL Harmonics, and you, our listeners. That's all from the Amateur Radio Newsline. We remind our listeners that Amateur Radio Newsline is an all-volunteer, non-profit organization that incurs expenses for its continued operation. If you wish to support us, please visit our website at arnewsline.org and know that we appreciate you all. We also remind our listeners that if you like our newscast, please leave us a 5-star rating wherever you subscribe to us. For now, with Karen Eve Murray, KD2GUT at the news desk in New York, and our news team worldwide, I'm Don Wilbanks, AE5DW in Picayune, Mississippi, saying 7-3. And as always, we thank you for listening. Amateur Radio Newsline is copyright 2024. All rights are reserved.
W8WKY.
the weekly Serenette, featuring club news, trivia, and check-ins from some of the nicest hams in the universe starts in 5 minutes.
W8WKY.
Get ready for the weekly Serenet starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
QCQ. This is W8WKY calling CQ for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. My name is Gary. My personal call is Alpha 8 Charlie Sierra, and I'll be your net control operator this evening using the club call W8WKY. We meet on this repeater every Tuesday night at 8 p.m. and encourage all amateurs to participate. This is a controlled net. Please direct traffic through net control. As always, priority or emergency traffic may break into this net at any time. This evening, we'll take in and out traffic first, followed by a round of regular check-ins. We'll then present tonight's trivia question, but before we get started, just a couple of announcements. All right, the Maslin Amateur Radio Club Hamfest is, let's see, it's this month, October 27th, I believe. It's going to be at the Maps Museum. That's right adjacent to Akron-Canton Airport. More information is available at w8np.net, w8np.net. Also, our October SARA meeting will be on the 17th. This month, we're going to go ahead and implement the mini Hamfest idea that we bantered about last meeting. I have more details to just as a reminder. Pick out a few things that you think would be of interest to others. It's not a flea market, but and remember, everything must be taken home by either the buyer or the seller. No garbage disposal. Anyway, more details to come on that. And we also have a VE session coming up this weekend, October 4th, at the Medina County, I should say. More information is available on the w8wky.org website under the education tab, w8wky.org under the education tab. Stefan may or may not have more to talk about concerning that, but if you need to upgrade or get your ticket, it's right around the corner. All yours. All right, as I mentioned, we'll do in and out traffic first, followed by a round of regular check-ins. We'll then present the trivia question. When checking in this evening, please give me your call sign, your name, and your location. At this time, we'll take in and out traffic for the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. Please call W8WKY.
Whiskey, Bravo 8, Victor, Mike Whiskey, Jim in Barberton.
November 8, Whiskey Sugar, Bill is in London. In and out. Good evening, Gary.
Whiskey 8, Charlie, Tango, in and out.
Kilo Echo 8, Juliet November Hotel, Doug and Whitman, in and out.
In and out.
Whiskey 8, Hotel Romeo Foxtrot, W8HRF, and KE8YUK, in and out.
Alpha 8, Mike November Tango, Tom in Canton, in and out.
Sierra, Quebec. Jim, I'll be in and out.
Going. Just minor fender benders, nothing to be worried about. WB80 VMW, good evening, Jim. Good to hear you. N8WS was also in there. W8CTM. Doug joined us. KE8JNH. W8HRF Jason, and Lucy, KE8YUK. Watch out for Lucy. She's been boxing, training, and working out. Oh, yeah. And I've heard directly from the source. She has shoulders. KA8MNT, Tom, good evening. And I believe the last one I picked up there was N8EI. All I heard was your voice. I think that was you. Who did I miss?
Kilowatt Delta 8 Sierra, Quebec. Jim, I'll be in and out.
Kilo Delta 8 Echo Papa Charlie Key DPC, Dustin and Medina, in and out.
Kilo Echo 8 Tango Lima Bravo KE8 TLB. This is Randy in Rittman, Ohio, in my beautiful ham shack. I'll be in and out, 73. God bless.
Kilo Echo 8 India Mike Echo David Sterling, Ohio, in and out.
November 8 Delta Romeo Delta N8 DRD Don in Marshallville, in and out.
Whiskey Alpha 8 Kilo Oscar Charlie WA8 KOC Fred and Akron, in and out. Have a great net, Gary.
Kilo Echo 8, KE8ZZR. This is Harry in Lake Anita, Iowa. Checking in and out.
All right, nicely done. Here's who I have. We picked up KD8SQ, KD8EPC, KE8TLB, and his beautiful ham shack. I haven't seen any pictures. Just saying. KE8IME, David's in there. N8DRD, WA8KOC. Thanks for stopping by, Fred. Good to hear you. And last but not least, from, I think it was Lake Anita, Iowa, KE8VZR. Harry, good evening. All right, we'll make this the last call for in and out. I just want to make sure I got everybody there. Last call for in and out. Please come down. All right, I think we got all of our in and out traffic. Let's take regular check-ins now. If you want to participate in tonight's net and answer the trivia question and give me your 2 cents worth, no more, no less. Come on down. This is W8WKY looking for check-ins.
W8WKY.
Whiskey 8 Echo Lima Mike Eric Orville.
November Tango 8 Delta NT8D Dave in Copley.
This is Kilo Delta 8 Sierra Lima Golf KD8SLG Nick in Orville.
Please copy Kilo Echo 8 Uniform India Bravo KE8 UIB John in Massillon.
Kilo Echo 8 Victor Zulu Alpha KE8 VZA Eric in Strongsville.
Victor 3 Kilo WV3K Phil
in Canal Fulton.
Whiskey Oscar 3 X-ray, WO3X, John in Cuyahoga Falls.
All right, I'll pick it up. Okay, we have W8ELM, NT8D, KD8SLG, KE8UIB, living the $5 dream, a nickel at a time. Good evening, John. I hope your parents are with us tonight. KE8VZA, WV3K, and my favorite zero station of all time, WO3X. That's who I have. Let's see if there's anybody else that would like to join the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. Give W8WKY a call and come on down and join us.
Hey, good evening. This is AD8NN, Alpha Delta 8, November, Chris in North Canton.
This is Kilo Delta 2, Echo Papa Oscar, KD2 EPO, John Sharon.
Kilo 8, Papa Juliet Whiskey, K8PJW, Philip in Twinsburg.
All right, we picked up 88NN, KD2 EPO, and K8PJW. All right, we got a handful here. So we will, let's see, let me get started with the trivia question here first, and then we'll get started down this first list here. So here we go, tonight's question. I want to apologize ahead of time. I am not Eric, W8ELM. I am a wannabe, and so here's my wannabe question for this evening. The question is, what type of trajectory is most commonly used to send spacecraft from Earth to Mars? I'll repeat the question. What type of trajectory is most commonly used to send spacecraft from Earth to Mars? Your choices are A, hyperbolic trajectory, B, Hohmann transfer orbit, C, parabolic trajectory, D, circular orbit injection. I'll repeat those. The question being, what type of trajectory is most commonly used to send spacecraft from Earth to Mars? Your choices are A, hyperbolic trajectory, B, Hohmann transfer orbit, C, parabolic trajectory, D, circular orbit injection. There you go. Have fun with that. And I am not responsible for the content of that question. All right, let's start at the top. W8ELM to take it. Eric, good to hear you this evening. You're number one. What say you?
W8WKY from W8ELM. I wanted to be the first one to get the wrong answer on the trivia question, and I think I've got it pretty well locked up. So, let me see. I don't know if I ever heard of the Hohmann something transfer. I'm not going to go with that. I don't think it'll be circular, but who knows? I have no clue. I'm going to go with alpha hyperbolic. With that, good to hear everybody tonight in here. You got a pretty good group, and I'm sure there will be a few more additions a little bit later on. Thanks for running the net, Gary. Back to net from W8ELM.
All right, Eric. It's a pleasure to be here. I enjoy doing the net. I was going to give you a call and see if you wanted to do the trivia question, but then I thought, you need a day off every once in a while, and folks need to understand and realize how good your questions are. So I'm gonna provide the contrast. All right, Eric, thanks for being here. We're going to clear with you. Let's pick up Dave in Copley, NT8D. Good morning, good evening, whatever time it is, Dave. It's good, and thanks for being here. NT8D to take it. AA8CS, Nick, you're on deck.
Hey, good evening there, Gary. Good evening, everybody on the net, everybody else. You know, there's ungodly hours on both sides of twilight. We're getting close to the other one. Yeah, everything's okay. Dog had to go to the emergency vet yesterday, running a real high fever, not eating. They think that she is having an allergic reaction to something, but they don't know what. And if they were going to do any more tests, they were going to charge my kid another $1,000. So she cut it off at a certain point. So the dog's recovering. Kids at work. I'm going to some familiar pianos that need some TLC tomorrow in Canton and Akron, so we're not driving too far away. So everything's okay, I suppose. Just a nice, misty, wet, Ohio damp gray day, very autumn, starting to smell the leaves, and getting into that change of season here. Unless I hear something different, we're going to pick up a pie from Cardinal Coffee and Cakes here, and that's going to be the first prize for the Fox Hunt on the 19th, and the winners are going to have to figure out how they're going to split it. Everybody seemed to like the idea last time. I'm just going to say, because Eric is not giving the question tonight, and you are, and I know you used to be a teacher as well, I'm just going to go with C. Charlie, just because, and now we got two of the answers picked. Back to you there, Gary, W8WKY, NT8D.
All right, Dave, very good. I got to tell you, you kind of nailed it there, buddy. Fall is in the air. However, I am still looking forward to Indian summer. I insist on it, absolutely. All right, Dave, thanks for being here. Got you down for letters, and we'll see how that works out for you. We're going to clear with NT8D. Let's pick on KD8SLG. Did I say pick on? I didn't mean to say pick on. But I already said it, so you can't take it back. KD8SLG to take it. AA8CS. John, UIB, you're on deck.
Wow, did you call on me? Sorry. Wait. W8WKY. This is KD8SLG. Good evening, Gary, and all of the Sarah Club netizens. I was just hosing out the back of the bus before tomorrow's barometer net. Give it a little time to dry tonight. I don't think that's going to happen. Let's start with trivia. Let's see. We've got A and C so far. I'm going to go Bravo. Bravo tonight. If I can't say it and I haven't heard it, it's probably the right answer. We have a very, very full month going on in October. That's for sure. I'm not going to recap all the announcements, but there's something to do every weekend this month. Well, first weekend's a little slim, but I'll see you, Gary. We're going to have a blast. Looking forward to the next meeting. It's always good to see people. I think we heard something about that in the Newsline broadcast there. Anyway. Talk to y'all later on. 73 all y'all. This is KD8SLG. Back to net control.
All right, there's Nick with his self-serving announcement that he's keeping the back of the bus clean. yeah, we'll check on that one. Yeah. Can you believe Lucy I mean, she's a force to be reckoned with. Yeah, for sure. I was so excited to talk to her just prior to the net this evening, and Betty was loud and clear, and Lucy is to be feared. So there you have it. All right, Nick, good to hear you. We're going to clear with you. Let's pick up KE8 UIB, living the $5 dream, a nickel at a time. Go ahead and take it, John. And VZA, you're on deck.
W8WKY from KE8 UIB. Good evening, Gary. Everybody out there on the net. And you guys know I am definitely living that $5 dream, a nickel at a time. And especially when I'm home and I'm relaxed and playing radio. It don't get no better than that. And I'm doing the weekly messaging back and forth with my mom and dad as they're listening in from Akron. And Gary, I would have never expected a question this difficult from you. Would have never expected that. And with that, I think I'm going to follow my mom and dad's steps tonight, and I'm going to choose Delta, and we'll go with D for the answer, and that works out great because nobody's picked that yet neither, so that fills in all the holes, that's for sure. And we'll see how this lands. With that, I hope everything's doing good for you, and thank you for running the net, Gary. This is KE8 UIB. I'm going to go ahead and hand this back over to Net Control. 7-3, y'all.
All right, John, very good. Good to hear you this evening. And let me just say this, 73 right back at you, man. Good to hear you, and glad to hear that your parents are listening. That is super. Got you down for Delta. And, yeah, that could work. That could work. Never know. You never know. John, good to hear you. We're going to clear with UIB. Let's pick up Eric, KE8VZA, and Phil, WV3K, you're on deck. Go ahead, Eric. This is W8WKY.
W8WKY, this is KE8VZA. Good to hear everybody out there tonight. Thanks for running the net, Gary. And as I slip the weight off the bat and saunter up to the plate, my at-plate song, Billy Squire's Lonely as the Night, is playing over the PA system. And once again, I am a legend in my own mind. Anyway, just kind of building on the baseball reference there of being on deck. And I have to report that the wheel well seat on the right-hand side of the bus has some kind of sticky substance on that wheel well cover. Don't know what it is, but I can't get my shoes off of it. But trivia. So trivia, I'm going to go with Bravo. And it kind of rings a bell. I don't know why. It might be a false ring of the bell, but we'll go with it. Bravo. And not much going on here. Pretty normal day, but we'll take normal. Good day at work and home here. Had some supper with the XYL, so that was good. Good to hear everybody. KE8VZA, back to net control.
KE8VZA, this is W8WKY. All right, lonely is the night, huh? All right. And by the way, aren't we all legends in our own mind? To some extent, I would think. But I'm a legend in, all right, my own mind. Clearing with KE8VZA, let's pick up WV3K. Phil, good evening, sir. How are you? It's been a while.
W8WKY, net control, Gary, G, WV3K. What a welcoming. Golly, it's entertaining and very funny. I'm really happy to be here, and it's good to hear you, Gary. And the wife and I had a reasonably good day today. It was nice out and not balmy or anything. Didn't have a lot of sunshine, but we sure had, I think, nice weather to enjoy being outside a little bit, and easier for me to breathe anyway. Anyway, good to hear the folks in there and friends and brothers of the net. I'd just like to say that, let's get on to trivia. I'm going to go with the effect. I don't know which letter that was, but I think that's what it is, and I'll just leave it. And if nothing else, I'm going to learn a lesson from this, and that's okay, because every day I wake up, it's always something new. And I enjoy that, because the challenges, as simple as they can be, are more pleasant than those that I have to work harder to figure out. And tomorrow, the wife and I are going to take a trip on down to Canton and go to one of our favorite places to get some information about taxes. So anyway, we're looking forward to getting that accomplished together. With that, I'll turn it back over to Net Control. Good to hear everyone in there, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the net. And take care, Gary. Thank you very much for doing a great job. WKY with A8CS handling controls. This is Whiskey Victor 3 Kilo in Phil and Canal Fulton, and I'll be standing by listening to the net. Thanks, Gary.
All right, Phil, I got to tell you, your copy was 99 and 99/100% perfect, except that 1/100% where you gave me the trivia answer, it bleeped, it blonked, it crashed, it stopped. I didn't get it. Can you repeat the trivia question and answer, please?
Okay, WB3K, back at your request. I won't repeat the question, but I will bargain with you, hopefully, that you'll accept this as my answer. I do not have a reckoning for a recognition for all the different answers that was given, but I'll just go with what kind of tickled my head and say the Hallman effect or Hallman trajectory, and leave it at that. If that's okay, great. If not, like I said, I will learn a lesson, and I won't go any further than that. So rather than lament, back to Net Control. Thank you, Gary, and y'all have a very blessed evening, and much love from Robin and I to all. WB3K, back to Net Control.
All right, Phil. Yeah, I knew the question, but did not get your answer, and I got it now. Very good. It's Hohmann. HOHMANN is that's distractor B as in Bravo. All right, Phil. Thanks for that, and thanks for being here. And really good to hear from you. Glad everything is going well with you, and I'm sure we'll talk soon. We're going to clear with WV3K. Let's pick up my favorite zero station, WO3X. Good evening, John. What say you?
W8WKY, this is WO3X. Good evening, Gary, and all on the net. Let's see. I'm also going to go with B Bravo for the trivia question. And I wanted to mention that Cuyahoga Falls Amateur Radio Club is starting a technician license class on October 6th. Just go to www.cfarc.org. Up the top, there's a bar there. Click on the word education, and it has both the sign up for the class and it has information about it on the left side of the page. Also, in the middle of the page is a sign up for a licensing exam. So take a look at that, and if you know anybody wants to maybe get their license, tell them about the license class. It goes for 6 Sundays. It's all online, and there's no charge for it, but you need to register for it. So with that, back to the net, W8WKY, this is WO3X.
All right, John, very good. Yeah, we mentioned that at our September meeting that you guys were putting on a technician class, and the website for all of you out there listening is cfarc.org, cfarc.org, Cuyahoga Falls Amateur Radio Club, cfarc.org. There you go. There you got it. Yeah, there was some interest in some folks needing a class or wanting a class. So we'll ship them your way, John. And thanks for being here this evening, and thanks for continuing to be my favorite zero station of all time. We're going to clear with WO3X. So let's pick up Chris, 88NN, and John, EPO. You're on deck.
Hey, good evening, everyone. Not much for the net tonight. Just I guess on the trivia question, I can't remember what letter it is, but I was going to go with parabolic. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. So we'll see where that takes me. But that's pretty much it. Thank you, Net Control. Back to you, W8WKY 88NN.
All right, Chris, very good. Got you down for letter C, and thanks for being here tonight. We do appreciate that. What else are you going to be doing tonight? Watching a debate? Come on. 80. Did I really say that? 88NN. Chris, we're going to clear with you. I got you down for letter C. C you want to avoid at all costs when Eric is giving the questions out, because that's what everybody says you should take when you don't know the answer. Talk to a teacher about it. There you go. All right, Chris, thanks for being here, buddy. Do appreciate it. We're going to clear with 88NN. Let's pick up John, KD2 EPO. Good evening, and what say you, John? How you doing this evening? Phil, you're on deck. PJW.
Good evening, everyone on the net. This is KD2 EPO. Actually, a quiet week for me so far, so I really don't have much. I'll take it, though. Definitely happy falls here, one of my favorite times of year. And work's not too busy, so that's also good. But anyway, for the trivia question, I was just going to guess C myself as well, and we'll see if that's the answer. I'm definitely not certain, though. But I hope everyone has a great evening and a wonderful week, and this is KD2 EPO.
All right, John, quiet weeks are good. I like quiet weeks as well, and I do love fall. Fall has football in it. It has beautiful leaves that fall off the trees that I get to pick up and put in a big bag. It's just fabulous. But the quiet weeks, I'm all in for that. John, can you repeat your question, your answer to the trivia question? I thought you said C, but I just want to confirm that.
Affirmative, Charlie.
All righty, sir. Thank you for that. I got you down for Charlie. And again, just relish the fact that you had a quiet week, and hope next week will be the same. There you go. Quiet weeks rock. That doesn't make any sense, does it? All right, John, thanks for being here. We're going to clear with EPO. Let's pick up Phil, K8PJW. How you doing, Phil? I haven't talked to you in a while either. What's going on?
W8WKY, K8PJW. Good evening, Gary and friends. Great to see everyone this evening. Yes, I've been a little bit absent due to my term here at the Board of Election. But everything was pretty busy there for a while. We had lots of overtime, but we're all caught up now. We're turning around applications on the same day, so that's a good thing. Just waiting for early voting to start, because that's when the ballots go out, and that's when our life gets busy again. Anyway, to get to the trivia, I'm going to go with Bravo, and put me in that column. And anyway, I just want to encourage everyone, if you're not registered to vote, you got one more week to get that done. The applications need to be into the Board of Election by October 7th. And the deadline for getting your absentee ballot by mail in is a week before Election Day, so you got a little bit of time on that one. You can, if you're not registered yet, you can send your registration and your absentee application in at the same time, and then they'll take care of that all in one fell swoop. Anyway, I encourage everyone to go vote, and we need to hear from everyone. So this is K8PJW, back to the net.
K8PJW, AA8CS, doing business tonight as W8WKY. All right, Phil, thanks for being here. I said this last year, Phil, and I do mean this. I applaud your civic duty and doing that job at the with the elections. And I'm trying to think of the Board of Elections. That's what I'm trying to think of. That's fabulous, and I think I see a couple folks that I know, doing that, and I just applaud that. I think that's fabulous. I know it takes a lot of time. You've told last year. You told us during the barometer nets. That you were doing it and the time, et cetera, et cetera. Never complaining, just saying, hey, we're doing this and this is what's going on. And it is certainly appreciated. You are a patriot, sir. So thanks for your contribution to the election process. All right, well, let's clear with K8PJW. And that brings me to the bottom of my list, therefore the bottom of the net. Let me take a moment and re-identify this as the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. My name is Gary. My personal call, AA8CS. Tonight we're doing business as W8WKY when I can remember. Bottom of the list, let's take some more check-ins, and I'll repeat the trivia question and see who else we can lure in to this fabulous net. If you'd like to join us, give me a call. This is W8WKY.
Kilo Charlie 8, Lima Yankee Golf, KC8 LYG, Rick and Maslin.
Well, KC8, Fox Queen Victor, Mark and Aurora, KCFQB.
Now it's a net. 88 SLG.
Kilo Charlie 8 Hotel Delta Papa KC8 HDP Jerry and Shreve.
All right, we picked up KC8LYG. Good evening, Rich. KC8FQV. Mark, where you been? I was starting to sweat. My palms were moist. I thought you weren't going to show up for my net. That would be catastrophic for my ego. Absolutely catastrophic. And then there's Nick. KC8SLG is back. Good to hear you. KC8HDP, Jerry from Shreve. Good to hear you, sir. Glad you're here with us. And by the way, Jerry will be turning the dials next week, so don't forget to tune back in. That's who I picked up. Is there anybody else that we missed or anybody else that would like to join us? All right, nothing heard. Let's go with the question again, just for kicks and grins. So we have four new check-ins. The question tonight is, what type of trajectory is most commonly used to send spacecraft from Earth to Mars? There's 4 choices. Letter A, hyperbolic trajectory. Letter B, Hohmann, that's spelled Hohmann, Hohmann transfer orbit. Parabolic trajectory is choice C, and circular orbit injection is choice D. All right, there's the question. Let's get to it. KC8LYG, Rich to take it, AA8CS, doing business tonight as W8WKY. How you doing tonight, Rich?
Very good. This is KC8LYG. Good evening, everyone, and it's nice to be back on the radio. I've been busy lately. Shut the heater off on the swimming pool, and it's time to pack everything up outside for the year. It's getting to that point where the warm days are gone, I think. Time to close that stuff up. I've been doing a little bit of 10-meter work. A 10-meter band's been open lately. It's been a lot of fun. Other than that, not much. Been looking for a used car. That's occupied a lot of my time online. Probably going to find it, fly in, drive it home kind of thing. But with that, I'm gonna say my answer to the trivia question would probably be D. I think it's got something to do with slingshotting around other planets or something, but maybe the moon. But anyhow, it's just a good guess. But with that, I will give it back to net control and say 73's all. KC8LYG.
KC8LYG, this is W8WKY. All right, Rich, thank you for that. And oh man, I'm still holding out for an Indian summer. I get it. Yeah, it's definitely time to put the pools away, that's for sure. But I am definitely holding out for a little bit of Indian summer. We got to have it. We deserve it. Yes, we do. Rich, thanks for being here with us this evening. We certainly appreciate that. And good luck with the pool, and hopefully all goes well for you the rest of the week. And yeah, that's for sure. But keep thinking about Indian summer. We need to get that out in the universe so that we do have a bit of Indian summer. You got to have Indian summer. How are you supposed to get all this stuff done at the end of the year that you're supposed to get done without an Indian summer? Just saying. All right, we're going to clear with LYG. Let's pick up KC8FQV. Good evening, Mark. What say you? And thanks for coming by. I'll bet a little late.
Oh, Gary, KCFQV. Yeah, we were over at the other group, the Echolink group, and did that. And I had brought NetBlogger up and brought up the NORA's group. It looks like they have a 10-meter thing going over there. And I brought the Echolink group 2-meter net up on that. So that was good. I want to thank WB8CXO. I went over there and listened to YouTube. So I got the trivia question so I could ponder upon it. Now I'm going to say bravo. Yep, bravo. And yep, chickens went in by themselves tonight. We were concerned. But apparently they're smart enough. Apparently they must have some brains. They went in and went up to their home. They went in and they went up where they lay eggs. But I think they're sleeping up there. I think they're doing other things up there too. So, yeah, they're leaving their little things, deposits. So I gotta clean it out sometime. So, other than that, we'll send it back to net. Yeah, it's going to be busy. Yeah, DX Engineering is doing that cruise, and I think it's maybe this Thursday. So, that's all I've seen on the PCARS website. But we'll send it back your way, Gary, and KC8FQV.
KC8FQV, W8WKY. All right, Mark. Other groups? Other groups? Are you kidding me? Other groups? Come on, Mark. Other groups. I don't even know what to say. So I'm going to clear with you, Mark, FQV, other groups. KD8SLG to take it, AAHCS, doing business tonight, W8WKY. I don't know how you feel, but I'm not happy.
W8WKY, this is KD8SLG. Thanks for throwing me back in there, Gary. I have nothing else to do. I just felt the need to announce Mark's entry. When we're running the nets that have net logger, we always throw that in the blue screen that it's not a net until Mark checks in. So good to hear KC8FQV out there tonight. And yeah, I'm happy, Gary. I'm happy that I'm not watching a debate. I'm happy that college football is finally starting to get interesting after the first 3 games of the season for the 2 teams that I even care about played scrimmages. I'm happy that my phone is blowing up. I'm just happy. So there. KD8SLG back to net control.
Don't worry. Be happy. KD8SLG will clear with you. Let's go to someone who has something serious to say. KC8HDP, good evening, Jerry. Thanks for being here. Ground us, buddy. We need to be grounded.
This is KC8HDP. Wow, you must have me confused with somebody else, Gary. Oh, boy. Been listening to the net. I was listening to the net the whole way home from Mansfield. It started when I was about halfway home. I was over there. In their bylaws, they have to have their treasurer's books audited every so often, and they can't be a board member or an executive, and I was one of the 2 that was picked to do that, so I was over there doing that this evening, and everything was good with the books. So anyway, otherwise would have been on the net. I was going to check in sooner, but you kind of cut off the first round of checkoffs a little early, so I thought, well, I'll get in when I get home. Let's see, what else? Man, the antenna's working good. The 173-foot random wire really receives excellent and does a nice job transmitting as well. So my only complaint is that I have an S9 noise level on 160 and 80 meters. But working fantastic otherwise. But let's see. Great to hear everyone. Looking forward to the meeting. And gosh, I guess that's all I've got. So I'm going to send things back to you, Gary. W8WKY and the net from KC8HDP 73.
W8WKY.
All right, Jerry, very good. I can't believe you're doing that. That's pretty amazing. I mean, of all the things to do, anything that has to do with accounting or that type of thing, taxes. Somebody mentioned taxes earlier. I forget who it was, but that just sounds. And I'm a math guy, but I don't deal with that kind of math. That's math that I don't know. That's math that shouldn't be, I think. Anyway, Jerry, I didn't get your trivia question answer. Nick had already given me his earlier. Didn't get yours. Can you come back with it?
Certainly. That's because I forgot because I didn't answer it first. I got distracted. I guess I'll go with Delta, the circular whatever injection, orbit, and injecting a rocket into a circular orbit. Yeah, I guess so. Delta. Back to you, Gary. Kate from KC8HDP.
All right, Jerry, very good. Got you down for Delta. KC8HDP will be the net control operator next Tuesday night. So stop by and say hello to Jerry. He does a fabulous job, and we certainly appreciate him being part of the net control operator group. Jerry, thanks for being here this evening. If I cut it off too soon, I apologize for that, but I just kind of roll with the punches. Did I really say that? Hopefully nobody punches me anymore. I don't want to be punched. KC8HDP, we're going to clear with you. We're at the bottom of our list. We've got about 10 minutes left. Is there anyone else out there that'd like to join this Mosley crew this evening? I can't, if I do that, there's going to be 10,000 people checking in. I can tell already. The surge is there. All right, come on down. This is W8WKY looking for check-ins.
Kilo Echo 8 Vector Oscar Sierra. I'll be in and out.
Whiskey Tango Delta.
Okay. I was looking for a surge. All right, we have KE8VOS in and out. Thanks for stopping by this evening. We appreciate that. ATD, Choo-Choos, is that you?
It's only me. Whiskey Tango Delta. John, normally in Wadsworth, Ohio. I'm out here promoting ham radio. Probably your most distant check-in this evening. I don't know where I am. Somewhere west of Mexico, heading for Punta Arenas, Costa Rica. We're supposed to stop at Huatulco in a couple of days. There's storms ahead, so we're veering out into the deep water. I'll be talking a good talk, trying to sell ham radio to people. Whiskey WKY and the net W8TD.
All right, Choo-Choos, I got to tell you, it is a pleasure to hear from you, buddy. Hope all is well with you. Hope the trip is going well. But I got to say, we're going to have to start calling you Ghost. I do think you are the longest, I think you have the most longevity of any member that hasn't been seen. You just are a ghost. But that's okay. That's okay. We love you, man, and we wish you well, safe travels. W8TD, this is W8WKY. We're going to clear with you. We're at the bottom of the list. We're approaching the top of the hour, so let's get to the trivia question. All right, here we go. The question was, what type of trajectory is most commonly used to send spacecraft from Earth to Mars? Your choices were hyperbolic trajectory, Hohmann transfer orbit, parabolic trajectory, and letter D was circular orbit injection. The correct answer is Hohmann transfer orbit. Okay, the Hohmann transfer orbit is the most fuel-efficient trajectory for transferring between two orbits, such as Earth and Mars. key thing there is two orbits that you're trying to get to and from. It involves using an elliptical orbit where the spacecraft uses the least energy by coasting most of the way after an initial burn. It takes advantage of the relative positions of Earth and Mars. That's when they're in opposition, actually. That's when they're closest to each other. And that aligns favorably every 26 months. So B is your... Okay, as Dan would say, I had to pause for the cause there, and I didn't quite do that. I wanted to make sure everybody was still connected. So B is your correct answer. The other trajectories really were good answers. All of you who got those or went with those, the hyperbolic trajectory, this type of trajectory describes a spacecraft escaping a planet's gravity at very high speeds, often used for missions leaving the solar system. Mars isn't leaving the solar system. It's not commonly used for missions between planets like Earth and Mars, where efficiency is key. The letter C, parabolic trajectory. The parabolic trajectory is the path a spacecraft will follow to exactly escape a planet's gravitational influence without accelerating further. It's used for interplanetary escapes, but not for transferring between planets like Earth and Mars. So if you wanted to put something up in orbit around the Earth, that's what you would do. The circular orbit injection, I'm sorry, I missed that. Scratch that last thing I said. The circular orbit injection is a circular orbit. It's a stable orbit a spacecraft might maintain around a single planet such as Earth or Mars, not used for interplanetary travel, but rather for staying in orbit around a planet or a moon. So that's the scoop. That's the trajectories. Now you guys know everything that I know, even though I just looked this up recently. So the question was a question not necessarily up to the ELM standard, but hopefully you enjoyed that. This is W8WKY. Let me grab a second. All right, we have a couple more minutes. Is there anybody else that would like to join us tonight? I'll take check-ins, comments, rechecks, anything goes at this point. If you'd like to, if you have a comment or you'd like to check in, if you'd like to check out, now's your opportunity. This is W8WKY, standing by.
KD8SLG.
I can count on you, Nick. KD8SLG to take it. W8WKY.
W8WKY.
Wow, is there an echo? Why did I come back? You threw me off with the count on me. I started thinking, count on me for what? Oh, I wanted to remind everybody and invite them to the WatchNet. It's going to start in about, a minute and 15 seconds, I think. Down on KD8QGQ in Millersburg, 146670. Negative offset, and I think it's 71.9 is the PL. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, check out the WatchNet. Gary, jump over there. See you there. KD8SLG, back to net control.
All right, thanks, Nick. Oh, man. All right, anybody else have anything for the net before we close her down? Now's your opportunity.
SWD8LLA at the back of the bus.
All right, Neil, how you doing this evening? WDA. You are check-in number 33, sir. We do appreciate that. What do you have for the net this evening?
Oh, I just want to check in and give you a number here. I was in the room. I had the radio turned down. We had company. A lot going on, but getting ready to close up our camp down at Kershaw. I'll miss them guys down there on the net. Anyhow, I just wanted to say hello, Gary, and everybody on the net. Stay safe out there. WD8LLA, back to net control.
All right, Neil, very good. Yeah, you know, we were talking earlier, let's see, I was thinking, who was it? I think it was Rich, KC8LYG, who was, he has a pool to take down. I think that's upcoming here shortly. It is a time to get ready for winter, I suppose. But I was looking forward to an Indian summer. I still think that that's in the cards. And as a matter of fact, not only is it in the cards, but I insist on it. All right, Neil, thanks for being here this evening. Anything else before we pull the plug? All right, I guess not. At this time, I will close the Silvercreek Amateur Radio Association Tuesday Night Net. It is 9:01 p.m. Oh, yeah, that's not bad. I'm a minute over. We had 33 check-ins with WD8LLH jumping in there. I want to thank all the listeners and all of you who participated in tonight's net. Remember, it's your participation that makes our net and our club the success that it is. Also, stop by Bueller's Mill Restaurant in Wadsworth at the ungodly hour, 7:15 a.m. Have breakfast, honestly, with the best-looking hams in the hobby. And don't forget to check into the Drive Time Sarah Barometer Net Monday through Saturday, 7 to 8 p.m., and the Beacon Net on Wednesday and Sunday nights at 10 p.m. Lots of stuff going on. If you want to be radioactive, it's real easy. Till next Tuesday when Jerry Stroop, KC8HDP, will be turning the dials. 73. And good evening. This is AAHCS doing business as W8WKY this evening. Returning this repeater back to normal amateur radio use, W8WKY and AAHCS is clear. 73, everybody. Have a terrific Tuesday.
W8WKY. W8WKY. Repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY, repeater PL1 14.8. W8WKY. W8WKY. W8WKY, repeater PL1 14.8.